Probably should have tested before, but test. All right. Just gonna jump right into it. Good start. Good start. Doing great. I have not even shot my gun yet. How is that guy always behind me? What is my team doing? I'd do it again. What are we doing, team? He's always behind. I don't understand what my team is doing. I really don't like this gun at all. It gets a lot of hit markers. See what I mean? I suck. Good first game. Great first game. Back to paying rent. Oh, just kill order.
Alright, eyes up. You're the HPT. You're HPT. Enemy HPT on site. Stay low. HPT under fire. They got our HPT. Down. Friendly HPT on site. Hostile HPT located. We've taken control. HPT is taken. Our HPT has been eliminated. Protect our HPT. HPT under fire. Repeat, HPT under fire.
I don't know what I was thinking there.
HPT is taking fire. Back to base.
Dude, the hit markers.
After HPT.
Why?
HPT under fire. Repeat, HPT under fire. They got our HPT.
Oh, Gabby, did I disturb you? You okay?
Eyes up. You're the HPT. Got their HPT. Hostile HPT located.
Go cuddle with me. Yeah, go cuddle with me.
Enemy HPT on
No,
site.
go
Take
cuddle
them
with
out.
me.
Friendly HPT on site. HPT is taking fire. Back to base. Our HPT has been eliminated. Got their HPT. Take our HPT. Under fire. Repeat, HPT under fire. We got our HPT. Hostile HPT
something. Go crazy. What's the matter, girlie?
Hardcore domination. Remind the fugitives that actions have consequences. Aid secure. The lead. We're losing Charlie. Losing A.
Deploying RCXD.
They've taken the lead. Securing B.
Why don't you go cuddle with the boy? Come on. I got a Gab word being very silly. Very silly, Gabby. What's the matter, girlie? Now, do you actually want out now? Go cuddle with the boy. I don't know what she wants. I think what she really wants is she wants me to cuddle with her, but I'm streaming. If she wants to cuddle, she can go cuddle with me. He's in bed, waiting for her.
Me va a explotar el Xbox.
Mark 4 hardpoint. Capture the objective. This is secure. We're winning. Keep it that way.
Hate this gun.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
Misinput. Misinput, you calm the fuck down.
Eyes on shock charge.
Hit markers. I don't deserve that.
Hardpoint is secure.
Echoing on.
Identified. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint locked down.
When I got cocky, didn't ya? Five kills. Back on, I need eyes on. Requesting UAV above. Not this time, you son of a bitch.
Hardpoint located.
Requesting recon above. Target removed.
Hardpoint is active. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
I suck. Dude, I'm so tired of the hit markers.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Pre-check. I suck.
Enemy UAV inbound. Locked down.
I was totally acting in self-defense.
Hardpoint is active.
I was totally acting.
Thanks, guys.
Locked down.
Hey, there's a trophy system here. Let's just keep throwing shit at it until it breaks.
Enemy scout detected. Point identified.
Get a UAV on three. That's a kill.
Hardpoint is secure.
Sorry, mate.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint. Hostile care package inbound. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint is
Oh my god.
Hostiles overhead. Hardpoint. Hostiles.
Sorry, mate. Broke your
Locked down. Hardpoint is secure.
drop one. Get a UAV on three.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint active. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. UAV inbound.
Get counter UAV in the air. Target removed.
They're right where we want them. Finish the job.
What are we doing?
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Yeah, man.
Hardpoint located.
Hey, you stay, mate.
Hardpoint is secure. Hardpoint is active.
Dude, I'm so tired of the hit markers. This gun fucking sucks.
Zone requested Watchdog Elo 1.
Hardpoint identified. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure.
Handlers lot are on the run. Solid job, Crimson.
Did my game crash because I alt tabbed? No? Okay. Ooh, I don't have time. God damn. There we go. LA Kush Cake. Wedding cake and Kush mints.
It was the
We're gonna watch an old YouTube video.
They even had some twat dressed up as a lion to hype up the crowd. Fall asleep watching Max Verstappen cruise to his 9th win in a row. But guess what? We didn't need that nonce in the lion costume because instead we got rain and it sent the race into the 4th dimension. Max Verstappen went from pole position all the way down to 11th in the first 3 laps. Osama bin Russell overtakes Lando Norris for the lead of the race and then drops down to 18th after Mercedes pulled a Ferrari strategy. Ferrari themselves pulled a Ferrari strategy.
Typical.
Why do they never have the tyres ready? Where could they possibly be? The reason why all of this chaos unfolded is because as the cars lined up on the grid, the track was dry. So everybody
I saw a clip.
was on
I'm not
dry
sure when it
tyres,
was from, but I saw a
obviously.
clip
So the lights go
of
out
Ferrari
and
doing
everybody
a pit
barrels
stop
into
for
the first
Leclerc
corner.
in
Nothing
somewhat
serious
wet weather,
happens, but
and
then, by the end of
they
the first
took
lap,
off
it
inters
was
and put on a
absolutely
used soft, but
pissing
told
down.
Leclerc
Half
it
the
was
field
a
dived
new
to pit
soft,
lane, including Sergio
and then
Perez.
they took those
Red Bull
off, then
give
put
him
on
the intermediate
a new
tyres.
inter,
Ferrari
I
have a
think.
nervous breakdown. Verstappen, Norris, Sigma
Ferrari
Alonso, and
pit stops are
Osama
just
bin Russell
fucking
stay
great.
out on dry tyres. Bad move. In fact, all of these dickheads stayed out on dry tyres. So by the end of the 2nd lap, Sergio Perez was down in 12th, but he was going 20 seconds
for
a
Checo.
lap faster. By the end of the 2nd lap, Verstappen and Sigma Alonso come into the pits for the intermediate tyres, handing the lead of the race to Lando Norris, until Osama bin Russell jihads it down the inside and takes the lead of the race. Now look at this. In the space of half a lap, Sergio
Russell
Perez
has the
goes
best
from
nickname
7th,
on the current grid,
overtakes 6
Osama bin
cars,
Russell.
including Osama bin Russell, and takes the lead of the race. It's chaos,
Excuse
and
me.
I like it. I am calm. So, after the opening shitstorm, the order is as follows. The Mexican Minister of this race is in
Oh,
the
spit on
lead.
me.
2nd place is Guan Yu Zhou.
I love China. How can you not love China? I love China. China, China. China, 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 China. China, 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 China.
And Max Verstappen is now right behind Pierre Gasly in 3rd.
Pig! You French pig!
But critically, for Verstappen, he was now 13 seconds behind Perez. That sounds like a lot, but this is Max Verstappen. He overtakes Pierre Gasly on lap 6, then Guan Yu Zhou on lap 7. Now he's 10 seconds behind Perez, and he starts taking 4 seconds a lap out of his lead. And then you know how it goes. Verstappen catches up to Perez, undercuts him in the pit stops when everybody switched back to dry tyres. Now he's in the lead of the race and he starts to piss off into the distance like he was going to anyway.
Boring!
But then America invaded the barriers to sow the seeds of democracy. That brings out the safety car and bunches
Fuck
up the field.
yeah.
Now this is the opportunity for somebody to shag it down the inside into the first corner when the race restarts. So, did anybody shag it down the inside into the first corner when the race restarted? No. Because that would have been fun. Verstappen nails the restart, gets to the first corner, nobody shags it down the inside, and he starts to piss off into the distance like he was going to anyway.
Boring!
But
Boring.
then, with barely 10 laps left in the race, it starts pissing down again, and that sends the race back into the 4th dimension. Everybody dives into the pit lane for it to be
My phone is so dry, I got a notification for weather.
Sergio Perez drops it at the first corner, and
Yeah.
in second place to Fernando Sigma Alonso. Liam Lawson unlapped himself against Max Verstappen. That's great, Liam. You realise it's currently being used as a human ashtray in the back of the Red Bull garage. So once he remembers that he wants to leave and not die, he gets out of the way and lets Verstappen back through. Maybe I should explain how it is when you're doing that or not. Liam Lawson is drafted in to replace Daniel Ricciardo because Daniel Ricciardo is currently Daniel Ricciardo because he broke his wrist. The point is, the
Honey
Dutch
badger.
Grand Prix has now fully entered the 4th dimension. Shite was kicking off left, right and centre, and just as everything was about to get interesting, China invaded the barriers to sow the seeds of communism and brings out the red flag. Thanks a lot, China.
Winnie the Pooh. China.
China, 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 China now, China, China. China.
So all the cars return to the pit lane, and we have to wait for over an hour to get this pit restarted. And fair enough, it was a bloody monsoon. But then it stopped raining, and about half an hour went by, and the track was perfectly reasonable. But but they waited another 1,000 years to start the race. And I think it was Martin Brundle who made the point about why do they even have extreme wet tyres? If every time it's extremely wet, we're just going to sit and wait until it's not extremely wet to start the race. Why don't we just do what they do at Wimbledon every time it starts raining and pull a gigantic cover over the entire track? Is that not possible in Formula One? Well, they're not going to do that because the FIA apparently has their own right idea. And it's called a spray guard, and it's painfully real. The FIA is attempting to gain domination over the watery forces of nature with its ambitious spray guard.
I totally forgot that
project
they were trying to
designed
implement
to
spray
allow
guards.
Formula One races to be run in extreme wet conditions. I thought spray guard was the piece of glass they put over the all-you-can-eat buffet to stop people sneezing on the prawn toast. Ah, prawn toast. I do love prawn toast. And sweet and sour chicken balls. What was I talking about? The Dutch Grand Prix was sent into the fourth dimension twice because of the rain. And even through all of the twists and turns, all of the shite that kicked off, Max Verstappen still won the race because he is inevitable. So that makes it 9 races in a row that Verstappen has won, and he now equals the all-time record set by Sebastian Vettel in 2013. So Verstappen is on the cusp of making history. All he has to do is win the next race in Monza. However, there is something called the Monza curse. Now, I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. And it goes like
Best
this.
Michael
In
Scott
2019, Charles Leclerc won the Italian Grand Prix after fending off a double attack from the regime. First by Lewis Hamilton. On lap 23, Hamilton was right up Leclerc's arse. He reels him in going around the Curva Grande, pulls to the inside, they go wheel to wheel into the chicane before Hamilton is forced onto the grass and down the escape road. Hamilton complains on the radio, the FIA gives Charles Leclerc a black and white flag, and everybody now has a death grip on their cock. A few laps later, Leclerc clocks a wheel going into the first chicane and bounces across.
It's that time. I'm a great streamer.
Across the curves. That puts Lewis right up his arse once again, going around the Curva Grande, which is Italian's big fucking corner. Hamilton fakes to the inside, then goes to the outside, but he's too far back and doesn't make a move. The fight continues for 8 more laps until Hamilton locks a wheel into the first chicane and sends it down the escape road. Now it's Valtteri Bottas chasing the Ferrari, but because it was Valtteri Bottas, he never even got close. So Charles Leclerc walks onto the top step of the podium, and the entire nation of Italy has a Ferrari-gasm. It really was a beautiful moment. However, at the next year's Italian Grand Prix, this happened.
What the fuck? What the?
So in 2019, he wins the race after fending off the regime, and the next year he shags it into the barriers. Coincidence? Maybe. But there's more. In 2020, Lewis Hamilton drove into the pit lane after it had been closed because of a broken down pass. The FIA give him a 10-second stop-and-go penalty, which is one of the harshest penalties the FIA can dish out, along with forcing a driver to listen to Paul di Resta's commentary. Yes, I know it's been a year since he left. I'm still not over it. So Hamilton was taken out of contention because of a stupid mistake. Both Ferraris had their controllers disconnected, and Valtteri Bottas was being Valtteri Bottas. He barely finished 10 seconds ahead of Hamilton, who had a 10-second stop-and-go penalty. The point is, Pierre Gasly won the 2020 Italian Grand Prix after a crazy race. And then guess what happened? At the next year's Italian Grand Prix, he gets sent across the gravel and into the barriers on the first lap of the sprint race, and then in the big race on Sunday, he retires on lap 4 with damaged suspension. So in 2020, he wins the race, and then the next year, everything goes tits up. Coincidence? Yeah,
I think
probably.
not.
But there's more! In 2021, Daniel Ricciardo wins the Italian Grand Prix after Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen had a little bit of a ding-dong. But we're not going to open that can of worms right now. Ricciardo wins the Italian Grand Prix. And then guess what happened? At the next year's Italian Grand Prix, he retires on lap 45 with an oil leak. So that means over the past 3 years, every time a driver has won at Monza, the next year, everything goes tits up. Coincidence? I think not. And guess who won the Italian Grand Prix last year? Max Verstappen. So there's no way Max Verstappen can win the Italian Grand Prix this weekend because of the Monza curse. He did win the Dutch Grand Prix, even though the race was sent into the fourth dimension twice. And Ferrari have revealed a special livery
Man,
for
that was
Monza
such a good
to
livery.
commemorate their recent victory at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. 24 hours. That's almost as long as Charles Leclerc's pit stop at the Dutch Grand Prix.
3 years in a row,
And I
Ferrari
made
at Le
the
Mans.
exact
3
same
years in a row.
joke
They
this
got a
time
three-peat.
last year. They unveiled a special livery to commemorate 100 years at Monza. 100 years. That's almost how long Carlos Sainz's pit stop took at the Dutch Grand Prix. The same joke 2 years in a row. Coincidence? I think not.
Cool. Why is there a yellow border? Nope. Lifeline fucking sucks. I might do a tier list of the small maps at some point, but that map fucking blows. Everyone's like, "Ooh, they brought Hijack back." No, it's not even close. Not even close. Got a triple kill. That's needed. Okay, I suck.
We're losing. Mark it down, Bravo. Securing B. Charlie. Securing out. Securing B. We're losing Charlie. Take it in. All zones are being locked down. Securing C. Securing building. C locked down.
Ooh, Dark's fine.
Losing Bravo.
God, these guys are so talented.
Take it out. Take it B.
Objective capture in progress.
Take it A.
Come on.
Capture it C.
My ass. Dropped enemy.
Secure. Let's take it. Marking down Bravo. Take it B. Secure it B.
On it. Keep those crimson bastards off.
Marking down also.
Hostile trap sighted.
Get ready to do it now. If not, get to work.
Turn inbound.
$50-point club.
Well operated team.
50-point club.
We just got our asses handed to us.
Goddamn right you did. I respect it. You got me too. I respect it.
Pretty good idea to pack a bomb.
Oh yeah, same.
Hell yeah.
See what we can do, man. First game of the morning.
Yeah, we got a level 1000 in the lobby.
No.
Fucking Germex. He's on the other team, of course. I ain't scared. My gun is. This fucking FAMAS is terrible.
go!
Reclaim the advantage. Now hold it. Hostiles reclaim the lead.
He spawned in a
Sweet dark matter. I can stop using this fucking gun. Oh, back to one shots. Oh, it feels so good. Oh shit. My goddamn ODS hiding in the corner.
bro.
That sucks. I did not mean to jump. I want him to quad feed.
Alright, because you're just spraying out spawns.
What you doing?
Oh. Fuck, I suck. Oh, Germax is the fucking ODST. What is happening?
Promise. As soon as I walk
I don't know
around-
what's happening. People are just diving off the map on me. Dude, the shock charges gotta stop. I just want to talk to whoever put shock charges back in the game. God.
no opportunities. Like they're just. Jeez, I swear. Like, what sense does that kind of?
Fuck off, bro.
This dude.
That did not feel like a loss. Let's go! I don't want to pay rent again. Although domination. Let's see how the teams pan out.
Hardcore domination. Find those shitheads who they're dealing with.
Setting the bar.
Good start.
Taking the objective.
Damn, that was a good streak, though. What is it, 13? That was a good streak.
We're losing Charlie.
Commencing OBJ capture.
You're in
Trap
B.
out.
Take it out. Losing B.
Another quad feed. I'm doing pretty alright this match. Thanks, teammate.
Dig in and hold. Losing A. Zone C. Losing B. Take it out. Taking Bravo underway. Take it A.
I'm taking the objective.
You're out.
Calling blast track.
I just blew up my own blast trap with my own fucking shock charge.
Take it A. You're in Zone A.
Get out of the way!
Five kills, there's your bar. It's a low one.
Hold your position.
Keep trying to read chat, but there's no chat.
We're losing Alpha.
Shot right under him.
We're losing Alpha. Losing Bravo. Losing A. Losing Alpha. Losing B. Take it out. We have the edge. Get A open. Losing Bravo. We're losing Alpha. Nothing
That's how
without
we
us.
do it. TACOM, come get us.
Really, OJ Simpson got it. What is this class setup? I mean, I guess it's working for him. Shooting them toes. I think they run controller. That looked controller-y.
Like you can barely
I agree
afford to
with
have a
that
kid
part.
now if you're a poor family. Just the process of like I don't know what the ER bills or the hospital bills are for a birth giving, a
Insurance pays for
delivery.
most of it.
I forgot what the word delivery is like, but I bet it's like
Birth giving.
a birth.
Time for
sound like
another
an
YouTube
alien.
video. It's almost dab time, but I don't think I have time
I know.
for a
I couldn't
whole
come up
other
with a word for a
match.
second. But I find out for us, Zach. What does it cost to do a birth giving in the United States these days on average?
I
Like
that
I'm
you
not talking
double
about
down.
like extras and ancillaries. I'm talking about literally like going to the hospital and everything that's covered in that.
I bet it's over 10 grand.
Oh yeah, I bet it's 15.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, that would be.
I'm gonna go
Coming from
12.5.
somewhere where
I'm
it's
going
free.
12.5.
I'm gonna go 12.4.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
12. I'm gonna go 12.49. 12.499.
18.
That's why I don't like playing with you.
I'm gonna go 15.1.
Oh, he said 18K. 18K. 18K.
Wow.
That's
So-
the average. There's actually kind of two averages. One's 14 and a half, and the other's 26 low, based vaginal and C-section. Are the difference.
Oh, C-section's 20 more,
Wow.
26.
yeah, it's
more
about
expensive,
12
obviously.
grand more.
Yeah.
Worth it. Worth it.
Have you
ladies.
seen the like infographics of what they do for those? That is so much more of a real deal major surgery than I used to think.
Aw, you can do it.
Can one of you guys
You're cutting through a
explain it
lot to
like
get there.
explain it like I'm 5 as a Canadian where this would be free? How does a poor person have a child in the United
Skip
States?
on the bill.
Skip
They
that
don't.
bill.
Pay, so we pay
We
taxes,
paid the bill.
and then if Kyle goes and has a child at the hospital, he pays whatever his insurance won't on that 15 grand.
Yeah.
If Kyle's neighbor with no money has a child, then Kyle pays for the birth via his taxes.
So if you're not broke, you have insurance,
Mhm.
and then your bill is about 2,500. and there's a cap. It doesn't matter. I know I had 2 different bills earlier, but your expenses are about $2,500 either way if you have insurance. If you don't, then I think emergency Medicaid reimburses the hospital after you skip out on the bill.
So, because I'm thinking, I'm comparing a medical bill to like a student loan. That shit follows you no matter what, even through bankruptcy. So is a medical bill, medical debt, something that can just be easily skipped on, that won't get you sent to prison, won't get your wages garnished or anything like that?
I think medical bills literally the most common reason for bankruptcy in America, and you can skip it, like you said.
Yeah, you can, but they will like put a lien on your property and stuff for it, right?
I think there's
or is
some
that
bits of
not
change.
correct?
So
Depends on the state.
Okay.
So 3 major credit bureaus. Let's see. Paid medical debt, paid medical collections are no longer reported. Small debt, medical debt under 500 is no longer reported. There's a waiting period of 12 months. Like, you have so many opportunities to like take care of it, and they'll you can negotiate. We had a guest who famously negotiated his buddy's
Stitches.
ER stitches down from, it was thousands down to hundreds, and it may have been like $250. How about, he's like, I got $225 on me. He started at like thousands, and they got down to like something like that. I think that whenever I had my cancer surgeries, I think they tried to bill me 3 times instead of just 2. I had 2 surgeries, and there was like a 3rd bill, and I was disputing them about it. And they're like, how about you just give us like $93? I'm like, what? I don't think I owe you anything. You know? And it was, but it was like they had gone down from thousands to like pennies, like that. They just wanted anything they could get.
Did you feel like you overpaid? Because it happened to me. I hired an attorney in the Woodycraft days, and I forget what the bill was, but I think it was $17,000. If not, it was close. And I paid the bill right on time. You know, I don't like debt. And then he writes me 9 months later. He's like, "This bill still isn't paid. I'll take $7,000." And I was like, I already paid you 17. He's like, "Oh, you're right. Okay, my bad." And I'm like, motherfucker. Like, I could have just skipped on it.
No, that fucking sucks. I wish I didn't know that was a possibility.
You're just sending out invoices hoping for the best. And then you're just gonna pay it.
Like
That's fucked up.
the people that send out wedding invitations to billionaires around the world hoping to get some gifts. Yeah.
That's probably a good idea. But yeah, it's a pretty weird system we have here. Probably be better to have that old universal health care.
I don't know, man. Like, there are moments where I wish I could just pay. Like, for example, I had some hip problems, and I wanted to get some imaging done, and I just got to the point where I'm like, I'm just going to cross the border and pay $300 to do it there, rather than waiting the 7+ months to get the same work done. If I had the option to pay for certain medical things in Canada, I 100% would.
Can you not?
I thought it did. I thought there was some like Cadillac doctors who serve people who can pay. Literally no. Okay.
I didn't know that. I thought the same thing, that you could opt in.
In fact, it's almost impossible here to get a family doctor. I couldn't get a family doctor as a single man. It wasn't until I shacked up with my missus that I was able to get on to her family doctor, because there's just too many people for the amount of doctors that we have here, because our doctors get paid like shit. So they prefer to take their expertise and go to the United States and get paid significantly more.
Makes
You know,
sense.
I don't know anyone who fusses at doctors' salaries. Like, that part of the bill, we're all kind of like, well, maybe some do, but mostly Americans are like, they should be making halfway to 7 digits or even 7 digits, depending on the specialty. It's the drugs. It is hard for me to swallow how much we pay for drugs when people get the same drug, and I'm talking about like prescription drugs, in other countries. They should just instantly allow you to import it. Oh, is insulin expensive? I'm getting it from Canada.
We need a diabetic president stat.
Yeah.
Like, that would get solved that day. He'd be like, whoa, first things first.
All right. Well, then we gotta. So, who do we got other than Chris Christie? I'm serious, because he's easily the fattest one in the
fact that Donald
Congress.
Trump doesn't have
diabetes.
Trump looks like he should have diabetes. Like he looks like the kind of guy who enjoys a little Hershey's cream pie before bed.
Looks
You know
like
what
it,
I mean?
dude. He's drinking full sugar Cokes and eating
always
candies.
Diet Coke.
Oh, you're
I've seen
right.
with
Well,
Diet
I've
Coke.
seen him eat other junk and can't. Actually, you know what? I've never seen him eat sweets. He seems
I've
like
never
more of a.
seen him laugh.
He's more of a savory man.
Not a ha.
Not a tee.
Not a tee.
Someone near him said he never laughs, but he'll laugh at people like as a kind of insult.
Yes.
But he doesn't laugh like at jokes.
Yeah, he clearly like he'll do a fake laugh when he knows he's supposed to, but it's never like I feel like most politicians you can catch them laughing at something. That's
Dude, that was so important to me that we said, look, I think the beef between American Canada is mostly funny, but I like to see it get inflamed online so I can get more funny. So I
It's
don't have
real,
anything
dude. It's fucking real.
It's real on
So I needed Florida to win because the
And that's-
Floridians had been talking shit. Our politicians had been talking shit. Fucking Ron DeSantis had been poking his finger in the Canadian pudding's eye or whatever the phrase should be. And I was like, we need to back this up with a W, boys. Come on now.
This might be a hot take, but I think it's okay to deport someone to an El Salvadorian supermax prison for rooting for a Canadian hockey team.
Well,
playoffs? Yeah.
Agree to disagree.
Regular season, wear your
Got
jersey.
you there, Taylor.
I'm locked
No,
up.
man, it was real here, and it's just and like I fell into that fucking troll trap of like getting angry with American hockey fans that just got into it and didn't actually give a shit. Taylor, do you remember when they were doing the All-Star game and it was like Team USA beat Canada the first time around, and in the final Canada won? Dude, I was all over social media like, yeah, fuck yeah, it's back in Canada. And they're like, we didn't even fucking care in the first place. You guys can fucking have it. Like, no, you cared. You fucking cared.
Those guys didn't, but guys like me did. But like, I mean, again, makes me a bad American. I deserve to be put in a Panamanian prison for it, I suppose. But like, I want to see Connor McDavid get a Stanley Cup, and it would also be cool to see Toronto get one because they haven't got one in 60 plus years.
Yeah,
like,
it'll be interesting what the parade looks like here. I think the closest thing.
You could do it.
Can one of you guys?
Forgot my mic was muted. Everything I said for the dab wasn't captured. Oh well. You guys saw what it was. That's all that matters.
Also be cool to see Toronto get one because they haven't got one in 60 plus years.
Yeah,
Like,
it'll be interesting what the parade looks like here. I think the closest thing that we'll be able to compare it to was when the Cubs won the championship. I'd like to see what kind of damage was done there because they were waiting for a super long time. It'll be something because our parade for when the Raptors won was weirdly large. I'm like, when the fuck do we care about basketball this much? I love basketball, but when to see that many people in the streets care about the Toronto Raptors winning was shocking. And I would say that for every Raptors fan, I don't think I'm exaggerating, there's 50 Leafs fans.
How long did Kawhi even play for the Raptors?
A
Was it like
season.
2 years?
Yeah.
You
No,
rented an American for a year. And
fuck
won.
yeah. And we'll do it again. Dude, okay, so for those that don't know, we had like our heart and soul player was DeMar DeRozan. This is a guy that like really gave it his all for the country of
Lowry.
Canada and the Raptors. And he shipped his ass off for a 1-season rental for Kawhi Leonard to win a championship. And it was like selling our soul to the devil. And I wish we could do it every season, Woody, because that was awesome.
dude, a win's a win. Like,
Yeah.
you gotta take them. That's good that that's my favorite thing about Canada is that they like made and love hockey, and that rules. That's their best cultural export by far. Hockey's the best sport ever. I love
I
it.
like their
It's so
treatment
cool.
of the natives.
Huge shout out to Canada for hockey.
That's a country that knows how to take care of business.
It's rough, dude. Yeah, they're changing like all the universities for everything that happened with like the native children and the residential schools because they found like mass graves of like hundreds of children from these residential schools.
They were sickly.
Yeah, we hockey was like the only thing that we had any sort of like national pride about because there's really isn't a Canadian identity. It wasn't until like Trump started talking about like the tariffs where we're like, yeah, Canada, let's band together. Don't buy American. Like when did we care about being
like-
Canadian?
Bros, you guys got to have a national identity that's not about being against a different country. You gotta have a little bedrock there first. Build on it. And you got that bedrock of hockey. I know
That's it.
lacrosse is big there, but that already got beaten out by
I
hockey.
heard they made the arm on the space shuttle.
Oh my gosh.
And what a good job they did. Is it a good arm?
Dude, that's such a deep cut. Woody knows. I'm glad he remembered. We were at a paintball event 50 fucking years ago, and one of the YouTubers that we invited, I can't remember what his name was.
Try Hard
but
Ninja, Mr. I
Probably
Try
probably
Hard,
him. He was the one with
like
a very
that.
wealthy family built on some sort
Mr.
of.
I Try Hard. Yeah, Try Hard
Yeah,
Ninja's the guy who would sing.
He had that Pepsi company crate fortune that he was
Palette.
inheriting,
Yeah.
the pallet fortune. and I don't know, it turned into like whose country was better somehow. I don't even know how it happened, but he was like, "We made the arm on the space shuttle. It reaches out and grabs satellites." And I was like, "We made the space shuttle. It goes to space and flies around the planet at 17,000 miles per hour. We got a couple of them."
Wait, that was him bragging about Canada? That's what he chose?
Yeah, that was his brag. He was like, "Oh, I'll have you know, we made the arm on the space shuttle."
What's it attached to? What's it attached to? Well,
I
it's that
think
thing.
legitimately, like our biggest contribution to the world is like I think we created insulin or like made the first medical application of it through a dude named Sir Frederick Banting. I think that's our biggest contribution. Insulin's pretty big.
Did you know it was called the Canadarm?
No
Who-
way.
Who
Fuck
named
off.
it?
They just put a link to
It'll be
Wikipedia
called
for the
the Canadarm.
Canadarm.
Obviously, Canadians named it.
We can't name
And
it
you know
that.
what? When they're bragging about the arm, I think it's our duty to smile and be like, "You sure did, bud."
That
sure
sounds
did. Right?
like South Park came up with this for Canada.
It's
Is it
like,
even in?
you made the arm. You guys are so adorable.
Wow,
He
so
was
they
flexing that arm hard.
are. But I mean,
Do
isn't
with
it?
arms.
Isn't this whole thing's getting old as hell? So they're gonna need to, dust off the old tomes and programs and make a
Yeah,
new
we don't
arm
use it
soon.
anymore. Yeah, the space shuttle's retired, so the arm presumably also retired.
Okay, yeah, because it seems like a lot of, really most of the stuff up there, like International Space Station, it's kind of the U.S. and Russia building that.
I will not be paying rent again. I'm not doing it. He's not gonna do it. If he tries to make me pay rent, I'm leaving. I'm not doing it. Nuketown. I'm totally cool with Nuketown. Love Nuketown. The thumbnail of this video is Nuketown. Video. I said video. I meant stream. Cause I'm a streamer, right?
Fuck, I ain't got no lip. You tape? You don't know about it, brother. Salute.
Yeah, I was pretty much it. I was on a game all day yesterday.
You playing 2K though. You playing 2K though.
Yeah, we started playing 2K, nigga.
We on 2K. No, we on 2K, man. I played
Yeah, for a minute. I thought I was off around that time. Oh, shit.
I don't remember it. So did you play with Kimberly? You Spider and Kevin played all that. We didn't play. That wasn't last night, but dog. It wasn't last night.
Hostiles have the hard point.
Oh, shit.
Hard point identified.
Damn it.
Oh, shit, my fault. Man, you ran in front of me, bro.
Got it.
Hard point located. SATCOM, get a UAV in the air. Deploying sentry turret.
My bad.
Oh, nigga took my helicopter down. Alright, that's cool. shit, he's behind us. On the ground, on the ground, on the bus. To your right, please, to your right. Ah.
Wait. Be right there.
Oh, shit. Oh, that turret's still up. Damn.
That's
That
it.
watch is good. That turret's mine, nigga. I'll put that shit out.
Yeah.
They got something in the air? Let's flip out of here. Yeah. Hey, no, they. Oh, my goodness. No, they didn't. I had the spot, nigga. That was. I had the spot. I was there. I was standing right by the Jeep, nigga. Yeah. Ah, shit. Nobody got no goddamn, Don't drop it down. Go to the next one. Damn. Oh, that was a grenade. I got the same shit. Fuck, you niggas is back here on our spawn. Wow, the next one, maybe. Keep up, nigga. Drop 12 more, nigga. What, knock shit off, huh? The fuck? That you would get shit up on it. Salute. 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 What? Why you bring? So why are you bringing my name up? But why are you bringing my name up though?
Yeah, why are they bringing up his name? Why are they bringing up his name?
Bro, he talking to you, bro. He ain't talking to me. He talking to you.
Not paying rent. I'm actually gonna take that off the search filter. All this chatting, don't pay rent. Do I need to turn my mic down? All this chatting, don't pay rent. It went into the red briefly. Do I need to turn it down? I might need to turn it down. I'm not sure though. For Lane sleeping, I have to be quieter, so it's probably for the best I just turn it up. I mean, turn down for what? You know what I mean? Turn down for what? UTM.
Declared hostile. Happy hunting.
Are you serious? The Jeep exploded and they just walked it off? My bad. I'm retarded.
Stay on task. Hostile UAV. Overhead.
Should wall banged.
Good.
Fuck. Man, remember when UAVs were 3 kills instead of 6?
What?
God damn it.
Oh my god.
Right over his head. Fuck. I looked away for half a second. God damn it.
We're ahead, but stay alert. Marshall's people are no fools.
God damn it. He blended in with the Jeep. My bad.
Right into my LOS. Engaging foot patrol.
They were already dead.
Benefits check. Quick.
Your battle goes to the bold.
Excuse me.
Not this time. Flashbang.
Pretty sure it's in the commandments. Thou shalt not vote for nomination Nuketown. just so weird.
If I'm on a hill, I'll put it in reverse or reverse, depending on the hill. But usually I just leave it at neutral. Just leave the e-brake on because I'm on a flat level. Okay. Oh my God. I only do that when I'm on a hill. I leave it in gear just in case, like if my e-brake drop, I'm not gonna go anywhere.
Still get my car, right? And put the park brake on and left it.
I mean,
when they parked it, I'm like, I'm not trusting these motherfuckers before. I'm gonna ask Kirk's, no guys, what the hell he's doing.
Yeah.
So, Tim's my choice of mechanic if I want my application done, and I'll let you get paid on my own change, I guess. So a little extra for you.
We'll get it done. We'll get it done tomorrow. We good. We got it. We'll make it work.
Sure. I ain't panicking. All I'm doing is just waiting to see the cop cars get it done.
I know, right? We'll see if they show up.
Yeah, I have a good feeling Thursday, Friday.
Well, at least those couple of ones that we got notifications for us.
Yeah. I'll see you soon.
All right, man. Just give me a call when they get up here. And if something comes in. All right.
All right,
Man, we started at a random fire. I'll show you those. Not the problem. Oh, he can run hot, boy. Oh, he's laying flat. Oh, he's in the window. Oh shit, he's on B. He's on B. Right outside the fence. Oh shit, I'm about to beat one of these bombs. Front door. Coach right there, that's hot. Where'd he come from? Left side by the G.
Excuse me. Blitz? I don't know Blitz. Vote for Blitz, boys. I don't know that map. I need to play it so that I can actually rate it.
Hardcore team deathmatch. Activate the AO kill team.
Okay. That'd be weird. Oh, there's an underground. Damn. I can't see anything on this map, I'm gonna be honest.
That's a flip.
No! Okay, I don't like that side of the map. But that's where the enemies are. You know what? Let's do 2K. We push smokes. Ah, I suck. I just whiffed. I just whiffed. Alright, I'm done with that side of the map. I'm really done. I ran out of bullets. I needed to switch guns. can't see anything on that side of the map. This map has weird spawns. They don't flop or anything. Hey, can I get right? Can you please? I don't give a shit on them. Oh, they flipped.
Ops. Fucking Black Ops, dude. It's been for the past fucking half.
Hey,
15
man, don't get
fucking
mad at me
years.
because you were sucking too.
Big dog, I'm 33-3.
So, we still fucking lost. You should have carried better.
I don't know who kept trying to fight me across the top, but that was a bad call. I was just trying to get headshots.
Yeah, and if you only got 3 deaths, you were probably fucking camping the whole time too.
Who only got 3 deaths?
I don't know how I feel about that map. Clearly it has good clip potential, but the two sides of the map, the two other lanes, I just don't fuck with. I can't see anything on them.
Shoot to kill.
Wow, that was fast. They do not fuck with UAVs. They took that shit down fucking quick.
Losing B. Losing B.
Target appears hostile.
Enemy care package.
I am not doing well this match.
Losing B.
Oh, they have a SAM turret.
Losing Bravo. Losing B. Locking down Bravo.
Throwing shock charge. Hostile.
They're getting so passive and I don't like it.
Taking B.
Bastards owes me a drink.
Thanks, my guy. I wasn't gonna capture the points or anything. Dude. Holy shit. That was fucking insane.
Yeah. Oh, we just been fucking spawn trapped our dick out.
Thanks, a mad guy. Agami, actually, sorry. Not that it matters, it killed me. Ugh. Denmark officially bans the burqa in public, warns Muslims. Adapt to the culture or leave. Based Denmark. Incredibly based.
Hardcore hardpoint. Secure the objective. Hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
What?
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Enemy UAV inbound. Hardpoint located. The hardpoint. Enemy harp inbound.
Hard.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Why are two of you stacking that? I don't understand.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. UAV established overhead. Hardpoint active.
behind.
What did I shoot?
What a comeback on these bombs.
Yeah, good game.
Good game.
Like they don't fit your standards or some shit.
thought that was a mine on the ground. Come on, teammate. Why are you there? It's so weird.
Taking B.
My bad. Oh no, we lost. What a shame. Give me that play of the game, though. You're goddamn right. It's dab time.
It's Raver. It's your own sort of Bronze Star. You know? That Tim Kennedy admitted to fibbing about in a big tweet. You know,
Dude, he acted like it wasn't his fault or he was the victim in that apology.
It was funny. He's like, I sometimes would overtly claim on dozens of occasions that I had won Bronze Star.
Did you say inadvertently claim? Like, let me see.
Let me see. Twitter. He posted a giant thing. I didn't lose like many paragraphs. So
I unintentionally misstated aspects of my military service. Unintentionally? Like, you know what? Sometimes I get mixed up on whether I have a medal for valor also.
Sometimes it slips my mind.
Like, do I or do I not have a Silver Star?
Oh yeah, I was under fire by Bosnian snipers at the airport. You know, no big deal.
Most notably, I implied, directly or indirectly, that I had been awarded with the Bronze Star of Valor. Like,
that's such a funny thing to lie about. Don't they keep track of that? Like isn't that a high enough thing? Because I think it's like Medal of Honor, Silver Star, Bronze Star, right? Like it's up there. Like it's not like who got in trouble. Was it John Kerry that got in trouble? Sometimes it slips my mind.
Like, do I or do I not have a Silver Star?
Oh yeah, I was under fire by Bosnian snipers at the airport. You know, no big deal.
Most notably, I implied, directly or indirectly, that I had been awarded with the Bronze Star of Valor. Like,
that's such a funny thing to lie about. Don't they keep track of that? Like isn't that a high enough thing? Because I think it's like Medal of Honor, Silver Star, Bronze Star, right? Like it's up there. Like it's not like who got in trouble. Was it John Kerry that got in trouble many years ago? Like exaggerating Purple Heart claims or something. Like it's not.
No.
It's not as easy to. Some politician did that. I don't remember.
So John Kerry was in trouble for his medals, but they said that the medals were easy to earn during the Vietnam War, not that he didn't earn them.
Okay. Well, at least he got it legit, and even if it was a little, like I don't remember that movie. Maybe it was Full Metal Jacket, where the guys are like collecting them, almost like, yeah, and I'm gonna get another one for this sprained ankle. Then there's that one guy like burned to a crisp laying there, like, you fuckers, I deserve this one.
So, are you currently?
I'm really
you're
happy
Green
about
Beret.
the amount of lag that's going on here.
Yes, I am.
Are you
that is true.
currently a Green Beret? I don't know how this works. Like, is it once you achieve a certain level of like proficiency, does the Army just sort of keep you sort of in it? Is it Army? Am I screwing this up? I'm not a military guy. It's Army, right?
No, you're totally correct. It's Green Berets are from the Army, and once you're Green Beret, always Green Beret. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're still working in the capacity of a Green Beret. So I still am. I'm still an active Green Beret. I still teach, still work, still deploy, still do all that stuff.
But you don't seem to have a regular schedule. Like I'm sure there are Green Berets who are told what to do all the time. That doesn't sound like your lifestyle. Or not.
I guess that's a better way to articulate it. That's what I was wondering. Is like you have all these plates you're spinning. It seems like being a Green Beret would take up so much time. It wouldn't be possible.
Well, there's a lot of the things that I do are symbiotic. You know, like there's bleed over between them, so they're very related. While I might be doing something in some capacity, it complements something else that I'm doing in a different capacity. I'm not being like, I am being vague and ambiguous. Listen, I don't want to have to
We
kill you
understand
guys.
if you have
You're
to
funny.
be. It'd be cooler. Yeah.
You do understand I trained under Jacob for years. You know, like
I do. Yep. So you would be harder to kill, to a degree.
To a degree. To a very small degree. Yeah.
I have to fix my own stuff.
So you're a sniper. Favorite caliber? Was it vary per job?
How far away is my target?
I don't even know
60
how
feet.
far away a target would be. You know, like I only hear about the longest of longest shots, but what would be a typical day in the life of a sniper?
I mean, depends where you are. You know, if you're in Fallujah or you're in Sadr City or you're in Baghdad, you know, your engagements can be anywhere between 1 and 3, maybe 400 meters if you're in an urban area. If you're in the mountains of Afghanistan and you're trying to, you know, shoot a guy that's planting an IED on a road and you're on a mountaintop that's a mile away, that's a little bit further. So, you know, like, depends on where you are and what you're doing. Somewhere between 100 meters and 2,000 meters.
So let's do both, right? Urban and mountaintop. In urban, you're choosing what?
In urban, I'm pretty happy with a 308. You know, I can shoot anywhere from, you know, obviously point blank to 800 to 1,000 meters pretty accurately. Absolutely being able to, you know, hit a person quickly and effortlessly. And, you know, using that AR platform, you can have follow-on shots. So you could have targets at different distances that are moving, and you can engage those targets much more rapidly. If I'm in the rural area, mountains of Afghanistan, I would go with Lapua.
Thought you might say that, but you went so far. I was wondering if you picked 50 cal. Is it just because you hate carrying it around?
The 50 cals. I'm honestly not a huge fan of the bullet, the ballistics, the velocity, or the gun. So I like the 330 Lapua.
Kyle would know all this, but the 50 cal is not faster than the 338.
It is not.
Oh. I didn't realize that. So it's slow. Does the speed help it have a more level trajectory?
Yes, the speed, the grain of the bullet, obviously the 50 cal. So like if you take like a ping pong ball and you chuck it, right, it's gonna go so fast for so long, depending on the velocity that leaves your hand. Then you take a tennis ball and then you chuck it as fast and as hard as you can, and it maintains obviously a speed faster, and holds that speed longer than the ping pong ball. But then you take a hard ball from baseball and you chuck that, and it goes even further. So one of the benefits to the 50 cal is the grain, the size of the bullet. It's very big. So it's like a softball. You know, you hit somebody with a softball traveling at whatever 2,500 feet per second. That sucks. The 338 Lapua, being smaller bullet with a higher muzzle velocity, it shoots very straight and out to ranges that are usually going to limit a person by their capabilities. So the bullet's the bullet is going to surpass the shooter's capabilities.
So I read this on the internet.
So why is that not more common than the 50 cal, or is that just a misconception that these snipers are walking around with these giant 50 caliber cannons for snipers?
Yeah, just a misconception.
Yeah, I was going to head there. So I read on the internet, so it must be true, that a lot of people like 50 cals because they just shoot through all these like stone walls and stuff that somebody might hide behind.
Yeah, so again, so the 50 cal was originally designed to be used against equipment. It wasn't an anti-personnel weapon. It was to shoot the engine of a car or to shoot a helicopter that was hovering. That was the design and the intent behind that bullet. That's why we stuck them on airplanes to shoot down other airplanes. That's why we put them on top of tanks. The 338 was designed to shoot people. And that's why I asked, well, what am I doing? I would pick what gun and what caliber bullet I would be using depending on what my mission was. So if I'm going to be, sniper cover for a team of soldiers that was moving into a village, I'll maybe take a 50 cal because I'm going to be able to shoot through walls. I'm going to be able to shoot through doors, depending on how far away I am, compared to just trying to take out a single target at whatever distance compared to having to engage a whole bunch of dudes at variable ranges. So it just all depends.
All right.
Aston Martin and the royal family. Both of them are quintessentially British, apart from the fact the king is actually German and the queen was a lizard. But one thing they do have in common is both of them are having their legacies destroyed by an inbred bastard. Prince Andrew got caught on Epstein Island with a handful of teenage puss, but that's nothing compared to the actions of Lance Stroll. Aston Martin is currently 1 point ahead of Mercedes in the Constructors' Championship, and that's only because Fernando Alonso has been carrying the entire weight of the team on his back. There have been 6 races so far this season, and Fernando Alonso has finished on the podium in 5 of them, despite all of the terrorism being committed against him. In Bahrain, he gets rammed up the arse by the inbred on the first lap, brushes it off, cooks George Russell, slaps Lewis Hamilton, shags Carlos Sainz, and finishes on the podium. In Saudi Arabia, he gets a 5-second penalty for being out of position at the start of the race, brushes it off, and finishes on the podium. But then, the FIA gave him a 10-second penalty for serving the 5-second penalty incorrectly and forced him to hand the trophy to Osama bin Russell. But then, the FIA took back the penalty because they remembered who the fuck they were dealing with, and Fernando Alonso gets another podium. At the Australian Grand Prix, Fernando gets taken out by Carlos Sainz at the race restart, dropping him all the way down the order. That would have been a disaster if there wasn't another disaster literally 5 seconds later. The race gets red flagged. The FIA have an aneurysm trying to figure out the grid order for the restart. The race finishes behind the safety car. Blah, blah, blah. Fernando gets another podium. In Azerbaijan, he almost got a podium and only missed out by half a second. In Miami, he did get another podium, despite only using 1% of his powers.
Tell you what, if Leclerc or Hamilton can clear Gasly...
Which position is Lance? Great move into one. That's P13. P13.
He's watching that on the TV, isn't he?
How does he know?
He's watching that on a big screen.
He was watching the TV whilst getting another podium. All of that is very impressive. Consistent podiums, front row starts, plenty of points for the team, but what about a win? Would that be a bit of a stretch, considering how fast Red Bulls are? And the last time Fernando Alonso won a race was 10 years ago at the Spanish Grand Prix. He started 5th, nails it off the line, drag race down to the first corner. He almost pulled alongside Sebastian Vettel, but then remembered how shit the Ferrari power unit was that year. Now he's got Kimi Raikkonen down the inside, does a classic switchback maneuver, drives around the outside of Kimi Raikkonen and around the outside of Lewis Hamilton at the same corner. He's up to 3rd by the end of the first lap, behind Vettel and Rosberg. Then Ferrari actually pulled a decent strategy, so he jumps Vettel in the pit stops, then shags it down the outside of Rosberg into the first corner, pulls a 10-second gap, wins the race, and gives the entire nation a Spain-gasm. But that was a long time ago. 2013. At that point, Max Verstappen was 15 years old and Lando Norris was a fetus. Now it's 2023. Verstappen has matured into a fully grown psychopath. Lando Norris has a full-face beard, and even though Fernando has been dragging it onto the podium, the Red Bulls are so fast, he's never come close to getting a win. Until Formula One arrived in Monaco, where the only way you can win the race is by starting from pole position. So it's really important not to do anything stupid in qualifying.
Oh, Perez, who hits the Armco.
He's done it again! That is a foul! Fucking little bastard!
Sergio Perez fucks it into the wall and gets knocked out in Q1. Spain-gasm intensifies because we know that even if Ferrari get pole position, they'll find a way to fuck it up in the race. Mercedes, even though they brought upgrades to Monaco, are still having a nervous breakdown. And now with one of the Red Bulls in the wall, that only leaves Max Verstappen to ruin the Spain-gasm. Everybody stay calm. On the first run in Q3, Fernando was only half a tenth behind Verstappen. Nothing serious. On the final run, he goes purple in Sector 1 by 2/10, purple in Sector 2, crosses the line, slaps it on provisional pole, hold your cocks. Verstappen starts his final lap. He's a bit wide coming out of Casino Square, a bit scruffy going through Mirabeau. It's not a perfect lap. He's 2/10 down by the end of the second sector. It's over. He's never going to make that up in the last 3 corners. Fernando Alonso is going to win the Monaco Grand Prix from pole position.
As Verstappen crosses the line to take pole position.
God damn them! God damn them! God damn them! God fucking damn them to hell! You know they're giving kids vaccines.
I swear to God he's doing it on purpose. How in the name of Prince Andrew do you make up 0.3 of a second in the final sector? God damn him!
He's not taking Lord's aim at me!
So Verstappen is on pole position and Fernando lines up second on the grid. And listen, you know how this goes. It's Monaco. Verstappen gets a clean start, fucks off up the hill, builds a gap, and even though the race got sent in the final few laps with the pissing down rain, Verstappen was too fast and Fernando Alonso didn't get that win. But it was another podium and 18 more points for the team. In fact, of the 120 points Aston Martin has in the Constructors, Fernando has scored 93 of them. Now let's take a look at the inbred's contribution. Apart from almost taking Fernando out on the first lap in Bahrain, he's been consistently miles behind him in qualifying and the race, plus a plethora of stupid behaviour, but he saved his finest performance for the Monaco Grand Prix. So while Fernando was fighting Max Verstappen for pole position, Fatty gets knocked out in Q2 and lines up 14th on the grid. And listen, again, it's Monaco. You're not going to be able to save that. So the least you can do is finish the race and not do anything stupid. And he took that as a challenge.
And then what happened? Just wasn't there. He drove into a gap. There was about... Oh, there's contact there. Lance Stroll to medium tyres. And another bang to the side of the Aston Martin. But he's clearly not happy with how this race is panning out. But hang on a minute. His front wing, his right front is locked up there.
Just think about all the effort Aston Martin are putting in. All of the money. The £200 million factory in Silverstone. They convinced Honda to come back to F1 and be a works engine supplier only for Aston Martin. All of the men and women at the factory putting in the hard work to build the fastest possible car, and then they're going to give that car to this window-licking arsehole. Nobody cared when Aston Martin was shit at the back of the grid, and he could hide behind that lack of performance and a teammate that was more concerned about starting a death cult. Aston Martin is now a front-running team and is on track to be a championship-winning team. They've got everything else in place, but the entire operation is getting fucked up by the boss's son. And that's not my opinion, that's science. Look at this. I found a research paper from 1978 about genetics. Effect of inbreeding on IQ and mental retardation. Science! Both decline of IQ and mental retardation are consistent with rare recessive alleles at about 325 loci. There is no suggestion of a discrepancy that might be due to polygenic dominance or confounding of Basically, what that means is get Lance Stroll out of the car, put him in a room, spread some jam on a window, and lock the door for Christ. Well, there goes the YouTube monetization. Do you know what? Fuck it, let's take it further. I'm not doing a bit right now. I know sometimes I will exaggerate. I will blow things out of proportion for comedic effect. I am being deadly serious. I genuinely believe Lance Stroll smacks dicks with his sister. And not only is that going to fuck up Aston Martin's championship hopes, it's going to ruin the family genetics. Do you know what happens after generations of inbreeding? There's a family on the Appalachia Trail. That's in America, in the middle of nowhere, where there's nothing else to do other than pump your own sister. And there's a family called the Whitaker family who live in a trailer, and they've been inbreeding with each other for generations. And look at the state of them. Their eyes point in different directions. They're thick as fuck. Some of them can't even talk. They bark.
I'm sorry, who's this?
His name's Ray.
Ray? I remember Ray. I photographed you, Ray. Do you remember? Years ago. And your name is?
Lorraine.
Lorraine? And Timmy. Timmy, you went to high school, right?
Get up.
If Lance Stroll doesn't get his shit together, if Aston Martin continue to allow this sort of behaviour, forget about winning a championship. You're going to be standing on a porch, holding a sandwich, completely catatonic out of your mind. I'm telling you, the Stroll family is one generation away from barking at people.
It's very, very temperature sensitive. Lance, how are you?
Come on, bro.
Man, what a game to jump into.
Quit this. It's not. Fuck it. No way. Come on, bro.
talking to B. That'd be smoke up. How they, man? I don't know. They cheated me on that one. I'm gonna get the hang of this guy.
Yes.
One day. Coming through the middle. All right. 5. Six. Middle. Coming in the house.
I suck.
Damn. Nope. Purge is looking for me. Ooh.
I suck. I'm terrible.
Okay.
We have the edge, but don't get cocky. This shit ain't over.
That bitch.
And they thought they had it figured out. Not on my watch. Collateral, okay. I seen better. Hey, it's Seth Rogen. Guess what? It's that time again.
Diamond, bro. I'm about to have 3 diamonds.
This is a picture of a dead lizard. It was killed at the Singapore Grand Prix after Fernando Alonso ran it over in cold blood, and people were absolutely devastated. No way Alonso killed that innocent lizard. Alonso killed the lizard, that heartless piece of shit. Disqualify Fernando for murdering the lizard. Aston Martin, have a word with your driver. That lizard probably had a wife and kids. How are you going to explain to the family? Minute of silence for that poor lizard. Fernando is a menace to lizard society. Fernando was the one who killed the lizard. Jail right now, lock him up. Yes! Throw him in jail! Reptile dysfunction. F1 fans distraught as Fernando Alonso runs over giant lizard. Reptile dysfunction. Have some bloody decorum. A lizard is dead. This is no laughing matter, although what was genuinely hilarious is the fact that people were absolutely steaming about Fernando killing the lizard, but when his teammate, the window licker, fucked it into the barriers and almost broke his neck, nobody cared.
Big crash on board with Lance Stroll.
Oh no. Anyway, last week...
He was fine. He wasn't fine. Lance Stroll will not participate in Sunday's race in Singapore. He had to sit out the race because he was, and I quote, still sore. So, to be clear, because I've had enough, that's enough now. We're not going to pretend as if any of this is completely acceptable. Every single race, this arsehole provides more and more evidence for why he doesn't deserve to be in Formula One. If any other driver was this incompetent, they would have been fired years ago. But we know that Aston Martin can't fire him because his dad pays their wages. He smashes the car to pieces every other race. He crashes into the other drivers. He is miles behind Fernando in the championship. And then in the latest exhibit, on his first run in Q1, Fat Boy was the slowest of everybody and over a second away from Fernando the Lizard Killer. And then on the final run, he was going even slower. And when he tried to make up for that in the final corner, he shags it into the barriers, completely destroys the car, and then can't take part in the race because he was in bed all day with a broken vagina. Do you know what? You really are a pathetic, incompetent, mouth-breathing, window-licking, spastic bastard, twat, old, posser, dickhead, knobhead, failed abortion, streak of piss, disgrace to the family name, inbred, stuck-up, Ponce, Nancy, Tinsy, pillow biting, West Ham United supporting. I'm just really upset about the lizard. It affected me more than I realised. I shouldn't have done this today. I should have taken a few more days to be in mourning. Because do you know what? It probably did have a wife and kids. So R.I.P. to the lizard and shout out to Lance Stroll's broken vagina. Now, let's get to the Red Bull meltdown at the Singapore Grand Prix, because both Red Bulls, for the first time in 5 years, were knocked out in Q2. Sergio Perez dropped it at the first corner, and Max Verstappen's fastest time was only good enough for 10th. Until Liam Lawson, in only his third ever race in Formula 1, goes faster and knocks out the world record by 0.007 seconds. Jos Verstappen intensifies, and there was more, because after the session, Maxipad was under investigation, ×3. First, because he held everybody up at the end of the pit lane, nothing serious. Secondly, because he almost impeded Logan Sargent at the final corner, nothing too serious. And thirdly, because he did impede Sushi Tsunoda on his qualifying lap, actually serious. That's a slam dunk 3-place grid penalty, thank you please. However, if GLH have taught us anything, it's that the FIA is a white supremacist organisation. So Max Verstappen got away with just a reprimand, and then the FIA later admitted that it was a mistake and he should have got a penalty. Hashtag FIA fascists. So Red Bull line up 11th and 13th on the grid. Now it's over to Red Bull chief strategist Big Brain Hannah to figure out how to get Red Bull out of the depths of hell, otherwise known as the midfield. Her idea was start on the hard tyres, go long into the race, and hope to get lucky with a safety car. That's a big brain move, because even with the spastic in bed with a broken vagina, the chance of a safety car at the Singapore Grand Prix is 100%. Unfortunately, when that safety car did arrive, it came at exactly the wrong moment. So when the race restarted, Red Bull got absolutely twatted by everybody. They tumbled down the order, and by the time they did make the pit stop, Verstappen and Perez came back out in 15th and last.
Get out my fucking way. Get out my fucking way. Get out my way!
I'm not in your way!
Fuck off upstairs then!
Alright, fine.
Fuck off!
R.I.P. Hannah, and shout out to her big brain. So, with both Red Bulls vanishing into thin air, everybody went into this race cock in hand, expecting a banger, because finally we get to see what happens when Max Verstappen doesn't fuck off into the distance and win by 20 seconds. But, to be honest, it was still kind of shite. Yeah, we got to see Red Bull getting absolutely twatted, and there were a few nothing serious incidents, but apart from that, it was the same boring processional shite. Until Esteban Ocon's car remembered it was French and gave up like a socialist pig. That brings out the virtual safety car, and it was over to a woman called Rosie Waite. She is the chief strategist at Mercedes. She's like the regime version of Big Brain Hannah. Isn't that amazing? That the two most powerful Formula 1 teams on the planet are run by women. Hashtag women in the workplace, hashtag feminism, hashtag all men are trash. So Big Brain Rosie pulls the biggest big brain move imaginable. A double stack under the virtual safety car while everybody else stayed out. Mercedes have given up a sure 2nd and 4th place to go for the win. And can you imagine the size of Toto Wolff's pumpernickel if Mercedes win at the race where Red Bull imploded? But for that to happen, Osama bin Russell and Lewis Hamilton would have to catch up to the leaders and overtake all three of them in the space of 17 laps. Let's fucking do this! When the virtual safety car ended, the gap to Leclerc was 15 seconds. It took them 8 laps to get right up his arse. But if they wanted to win the race, they had to overtake him immediately. Well, guess what? They overtook him immediately. Osama bin Russell does the classic switchback maneuver, and Hamilton goes around the outside of turn 7. Now the regime is 3rd and 4th, 6.5 seconds off the lead with 9 laps to go. They can still do it! By the time they catch up to Norris and Sainz, there were still 4 laps left in the race. They've got a massive tyre advantage. Toto Wolff holds on to his pumpernickel because at the race where Red Bull imploded, Mercedes are going to get a 1-2 finish. Regime intensifies.
Auf der Weide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika.
George Russell into the wall and race.
If you no longer go for death that exists, you are no longer racing driver.
Osama bin Russell jihads it into the World Trade Barrier and takes himself out of the race on the final lap. And in the post-race interview, Little Pumpkin was on the verge of tears. According to Ted Kravitz, he was walking around in sunglasses because he was crying his eyes out. And apparently, he was talking to himself, saying, "What am I, a fucking rookie?" That reminds me of that scene in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood with Rick Dalton. I bet that's what it looked like after the race in the Mercedes motorhome.
What was that? Jesus Christ! Fucking bullshit! You're sitting there like a fucking baboon.
I'm gonna blow your fucking brains out tonight.
R.I.P. Osama bin Russell and shout out to his turban. So, Carlos Sainz wins the Singapore Grand Prix after Red Bull
that
and the
2023
regime
Ferrari looked
imploded.
really
Team
good.
LH had their obligatory mental breakdown
Might not have been
because
fast,
Russell potentially
but it
cost
looked
Hamilton
good.
the win. That's debatable. But what isn't debatable is Fernando Alonso is a lizard killer, Lance Stroll is a disgrace to the family name, and Red Bull is now a midfield team. Unless they turn up in Japan and slap everybody as per.
Max Verstappen wins the Japanese Grand Prix. Red Bull are champions of the world.
All right. Oh no. No. Do not want party ops. Don't want that. I don't even know what it is, but I don't want it.
Oh, shit.
I'm assuming COD, Josh, 2025. Yep, correct. It's what the title is. It's what I'm playing. Oh no, I ran out of bullets. on, Ragnar. Ix, don't you just love drinking chocolate straight from the bottle? Can't wait for me to see the base you're working on. Yeah, I should be done streaming in like 2 hours, maybe less. Ix, with that message, you're the #1 chatter today. Oh, what? Also, this copter is very loud. I can't hear very well. Yeah, that's typical. Ix, how does it feel to be the #1 chatter? #1 Coomer, woo, woo, Ric Flair, woo.
Start how you need to go on. That's a kill.
I am literally running laps of this fucking map. Here, I'll turn around. No! I was on such a streak! What was I on? Oh, that felt like 13 or 15. Oh my god. My bad, teammate. My bad. That's insane. I've seen better. Seen better. Okay. Okay. Why are you still spawning there? Thanks, teammate. Thanks, teammate. Ooh, laid down, you cheeky bastard. Let me just miss every bullet. Fuck. Really?
Good to see you. God.
That seemed better. Seemed better.
Ooh, I never get over you unless I find something.
Capture the objective. Securing Alpha. Locking down Bravo. Zone Alpha captured. They're taking C. Taking C. We're losing Alpha. Current posture. Losing B. Losing A.
Sorry.
We're losing Charlie. Losing B. We're losing Alpha. Losing Bravo.
Good effect. That's 5 kills.
What the f... Did I just get noob tubed off my streak? I think I got noob tubed off my streak.
Taking B. Zone C. C. Security. We lost A.
Fuck.
B secured.
Mission timeline expired. UAV RTB.
Losing A. Lost B. Taking Alpha. Bravo zone secure. We're losing Charlie. Taking A.
Commencing surveillance operation.
Losing B.
Check.
Losing Bravo. Losing B. Securing Alpha.
Priority tasking request received. UAV exiting your grid.
Losing Bravo. Hostile UAV established. Bravo lost.
Sorry.
Enemy sentry turret detected in your AO. Taking A. Taking down Bravo. Taking B.
seriously hiding.
I'll take that. That was neat. Do it. Team, what are we doing? What?
Crazy, bro.
Y'all niggas is faggots.
Good stun. Real quality.
we're going to be talking about PvP. And I personally haven't really played it very much. I played it a little bit in Shadowlands, and I didn't really know what was going on, and I still don't know what's going on. But it just feels so awful from a beginner aspect, through my own kind of going through it and trying to navigate how to actually play PvP. And admittedly, I didn't take too long on this because I just couldn't stand playing it to the point where I just gave up about 2 hours in. And you could be going like, Juice, it's only 2 hours, right? It's only 2 hours. You didn't really put in that much time. I'll tell you right now, if I buy a game on Steam and I can't play it and enjoy it within the first 2 hours, I'm refunding it immediately. I got a little timer on my screen. In those 2 hours, at the 1 hour 59 minute mark, I Alt F4 and I refund the game because I'm like, wow, this is not what I thought it was, and it was awful. When I go on YouTube and I'm watching videos, I'll see thumbnails sometimes where it's like, why is PvP dying? PvP in decline. It's because nobody just entering the game. Let me rephrase that. 0.01% of people entering the game are going to load into a PvP match, get absolutely smoked, and think that was fun. So going from PvE to PvP, I expected it to be awful. And I was not wrong. It is probably the most painful and so draining experience. The overload and the is just massive. It doesn't feel like a workout. It feels like a PvP, which is fine. You can find some variety. But it's like you're actually fighting the game to actually play it. It's like playing a simulator where it's not about having fun, it's about gymnasticsing your way through mechanics to be able to play the game to the most you have a chance at. It felt like this separate entity that was focused on making me unable to play the game. And it felt terrible. It doesn't have anything that feels redeeming to me at all. I love mounts and the mount collector. I guarantee you I'm never going to get it from PvP. I'm familiar with the honor system and conquest. I get that you have to do it separately, and that versatility is the best stat. And then, going into the 7 big stat that most benefits, or multiple 7 big stats that benefit it. And primarily, I always want versatility. So, I looked at my edits. I chose my Greenmaster because it has the most versatility. There's about 20,000 working on the best versatility. I switched it over to Windwalker. I'm familiar with Windwalker. I'm very rusty. It's been a while since I've played it, but I know the core gameplay of Windwalker. I know the rotation, and I know.
We're doing a mix of all 4 of my regular dabs.
Certain abilities to break out of CC. Yep. My first match.
So no real point showing you.
Expect. It went terrible. I went up against 2 Rat Paladins. Leg sweeps both of them. They both bubbled, and they just dumped every cooldown they had. In retrospect, I should have immediately noticed that and ran away. I had no clue, because by the time I recognized it, I was already 20% health in about half of a second, and I just died. And I thought to myself right then and there, oh, this is going to be terrible. And it only got worse. Even the times that I won, at no point was I happy or getting a glimmer of hope for the future of my time playing in PvP. In fact, I literally just told myself, oh, these guys are just as bad as me, and I just happen to know my rotation better. So I continued to do arena skirmishes for a while, and I think I won maybe 20% of them. So then I said, okay, well, maybe it's a rating thing, maybe skill-based matchmaking for arena skirmish is a little janky, whatever. I go into solo shuffle. I was the reason we lost both times. And the third time, somebody just quit. So all that progress meant nothing. Or, I mean, let's be honest, it wasn't really progress, but all of that meant nothing. And I just looked down and I said, I don't think I can do this. Because the arena skirmish takes about 2 minutes per match. Solo shuffle takes about 9 minutes, 10 minutes per match as of when I started doing it. It could be more, it could be less. I have no clue and I have no desire to find out. So I was like, all right, maybe I need some more practice. I go back into arena skirmish, and the whole entire time, it just didn't feel like WoW. It didn't feel like the game I love. It felt just like glass eating. And I honestly am shocked that it's even still in the game. I get that there's this AWC thing where, you know, the best in the world can compete in arenas, and I'm sure it has this small fan base. How it hasn't been taken out of the game at this point, well, actually, let me rephrase that. I see exactly what's happening. They don't care about PvP because they don't know how to fix the atrocity that it is. So they're just going to let it slowly fizzle and fizzle and fizzle away until it no longer becomes part of the game. Eventually, it will die on its own, and they can stop whatever form of low effort that they put into it. The gearing process seems daunting, and realistically I could have been going in rated matches and trying to win rated matches to get conquest, but I could not for the life of me get the motivation to even attempt a 2s or 3s. It was so overwhelming and so underwhelming from a enjoyment standpoint that how anybody can just decide they're going to play PvP at this point as a beginner and form some semblance of joy while doing it is beyond me. I don't get how it's possible to have fun at it. Even when you do well, you don't feel like you're doing well. It feels like, oh, luck, like a gift has been bestowed upon you by the skill-based matchmaking gods to give you just these two people who probably don't even understand their buttons. It doesn't feel like a good and smooth and immersive and fun process. People who've been playing it have been playing it for 20 years, and it's evolved into this hyper chess game where you have to know every aspect of every spec, including defensives, cooldowns, etc. The amount of CC is horrendous. The amount of debuffs and positioning is hyper specific. It's not beginner friendly. It's something that you have to study an immense amount. Half the time, you can't even play because you're in the most horrendous CC chain in existence. And there's nothing you can do about it except use a trinket, and then you get CC'd shortly after again, and you're just stuck. You can't do anything. Could I watch a video, and could I just deep dive every aspect of PvP and try and learn it? Yes. Do I want to invest the time in something that I don't even enjoy? No. Honestly, I hated even recording this video. The 2 hours I spent just walking in there felt like I was walking on hot coals with needles getting shot into me from all different directions, and Viltrumite sound frequency in my ear bleeding. No part of it, with the exception of the times where it was very obvious I was put up against other people who didn't know what they were doing, was it fun. I had a lot of verse. I had my PvP trinkets. I thought I was good. I wasn't good. I had the right talents from looking up guides, and I think I watched one video kind of explaining it. I was getting kited around. I couldn't use my abilities half the time. Oh, there's a nice little bug with Slicing Winds where you literally cannot use the ability. I had to log out and log back in to use it. So I'm sitting there spamming Slicing Winds over and over and over again, trying to figure out why I can't use it. And it turns out it just bugs if you get CC, if you're broken out of it in CC. What? You're telling me this is what people play every day and they like it? I can't believe it. It has to be some level of masochism where they just enjoy the pain of not being able to play the game. Or it's sadism because they learned how to play 20 years ago and they've stuck with it this whole entire time. I don't know what to say. Honestly, I'm in disbelief at how unfun it was. I'll pull up a PvP streamer's video real fast and we'll just look at their screen. Because I can guarantee you, I haven't done it yet, but I can guarantee you they have 4 different spreadsheets on there and they're in cons with somebody else and they're playing this chess game 4 minutes ahead of where they're at. It feels so awful to try and figure this out through just getting smashed over and over and over again. I tried to apply different things. I realized initially I wasn't using Transcendence, and I wasn't using my CC into the burst, which I will admit I should have done that initially, but it's just like brain overload when you go in there. Nothing feels right. It doesn't feel like you're playing the same character because you're slowed or you're CC'd or the people are just continuously running away into Narnia. And you have slows for that, but then they break the slows, and then they stun you, and then they freeze you, and then they root you. You're just stuck. You can't do anything. That is a snooze simulator of pain and agony and boredom, and I cannot stand it. Not once, even when I won, did I feel like, awesome, I can't wait to get in the next match. It's, fuck, I have to record this so I can make a video. because I thought it was an interesting topic and maybe I'd find some form of joy in the hour to 2 hours I just attempted it barely. I'm not going to sit for ages waiting for a match just to get rolled in 30 seconds because these guys know how to play everything perfect and then leave the instance and go right back into it again. It feels like as the game has grown more complex in PvE, it's also grown more complex in PvP. But the complexity doesn't make it fun. Whereas in PvE, I think it does, and I'm sure many players do. Anyway, that's the video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I certainly didn't. Usually I'll try and balance my videos out where I'll say positive things and negative things, but I just couldn't find a positive thing to say. And I'm sure in the comments, if you do decide to comment, maybe some PvP guys will tell me how I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I could be dead wrong. But I don't know what you want me to say other than out of all the things I've done in World of Warcraft, this is by far the worst, and it's not even close. So, thank you guys for watching. Please.
This Scottish guy that was a merchant marine and then killed one of his crewmen because they tried to have a mutiny. And then he knew he wasn't going to get a fair trial, so he fled to America. And then that was like right when the revolution was kicking off. So he's like, and I'll volunteer for the Continental Navy. And he does. And he ends up being present in when they attack New Province, which is basically the Bahamas. And they launch this guerrilla raid to like seize a bunch of gunpowder and shit, and then he does really good, so they end up giving him a ship and basically just give him the orders of like, hey, go fuck with the British. So he sails across the ocean and launches raids on England, and he's like the first person to like make an attack on mainland England, like 700 fucking years since the Vikings did it. And it's just a fucking shit show of a story. Like,
wait, when it was they were trying to go after America, and he's like, fuck this, I'm gonna...
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's why it was a brilliant strategy, because it's like...
No one's gonna expect that.
He's back there, they're undefended, so he's terrorizing England, so they're having to send back, like, a huge portion of their navy to go patrol to make the citizenry feel safe. So it, like, it did just this massively disproportionate effect of, like, he just took out fucking 2 fleets from the British Navy that are no longer allowed to like interrupt America's business and like patrol their coasts and shit because they have to now go back and guard their home turf.
It's pretty smart. Yeah, you're going in and it's like you're bat-gating.
And he was like, the whole time he was like
up cities.
Straight up guerrilla warfare mindset. He's like, all right, we're gonna go in and this is where this town stores all the coal for the entire region. We're gonna go in there and burn down all their coal reserves. It's like the shit he was planning. He's like, we'll see how much they care about owning the new colonies when they're cold all winter. Like, dude was legit as fuck.
Which is also like, just imagine just on the logistics alone, back in, you know, the late 1700s, having to take all of those ships and manpower and everything to the Americas and then immediately send them back.
And what were you waiting for? Message.
Yeah.
Of, hey, we're getting fucked up over here. Someone went behind us and is now attacking our city.
How many hundreds of dudes and how many, you know, months of time did you just burn, and ships?
It's like 2 months.
Well, and he's like, his whole thing was like he had Marines. So, because I mean, it was right when the Marine Corps got started at a Ton Tavern, and like he exploited the out of having Marines. So like his ships, America couldn't build a big warship. Like they didn't have it. So like the USS Ranger was like 18 guns, which wasn't shit. Like a big ship back then was like 42, 50 gun ship. He's got like 18. So he's just got this little fast ship with Marines, but he just fucking covered the deck in those little swivel guns, the little tiny cannons and muskets. And he's like, all right, here's a plan, boys. We're just going to gun it and fucking crash into them. And as soon as we crash, tie our ship to theirs, and we're gonna go fuck them up. And like he caught the USS, or not the USS, the HMS Serapis, which is like an actual British warship. It's like the only time somebody had ever commandeered a British warship that should have outclassed him. He's like, nah, fuck you. Pulls up next to him, ties his boat to his, and the Marines just go out there and beat the fuck out of everybody. His ship sank. That wasn't the Ranger. That was the Bomb Richard was his ship at the time. His ship ends up sinking because the British are just blowing holes in it. But all the Marines are on their ship, so they just took their ship.
The Bonhomme Richard or the Bomb Richard?
Bonhomme Richard. It's the French version of Bottom Richard, which was Ben Franklin's pen name during the Revolutionary Warfare bullshit.
Really?
Yeah, poor Richard was what he like wrote his alias or whatever that he wrote his names under, so that's what the ship was named after. So that ship sinks, but they took over the HMS Serapis, and he basically had to go and dock it inside of a Dutch port, which was neutral territory. So the British had all these warships just waiting outside the Dutch harbor for him to come out. And he's like, I'm not fucking leaving. And then finally they were like political pressure, so the Dutch were like telling him to f off. So he ends up like sneaking out in the middle of the night, and they wanted him to fly a French flag. They like came up with a legal reason that he would be able to fly a French flag, meaning the British weren't going to be able to attack him. And he's like, no, this is an American ship. Fuck y'all. So he lost his flag when his ship sank. So he like just has like the description from like Benjamin Franklin and some letters of the American flag.
Yeah.
This is where the Serapis flag comes from, is what it's called after the ship, the Serapis. He goes to some Dutch seamstress and she just like throws together what she can from the like shitty description of the current American flag, and he slaps that bitch on the ship and sails out in the middle of the night and makes his getaway. That's the flag that she came up with. That's the only time it's ever like been like legitimately flown in U.S. history, was some Dutch seamstress.
We need to start using that. I love that flag.
I'm still stuck on the fact, like, that's a very cool story. I haven't heard that in a while. Like, I've just got like flashbacks to fucking high school history. But I'm still stuck on Benjamin Franklin's pen name was Poor Richard.
Yeah.
Imagine all of your diplomacy for a budding country in the middle of a war.
Well, I think
the correspondence is being done by a guy under the pen name Broke Dick.
Well, I think it was like secret letters.
Sincerely, Broke Dick.
But like, there's just some funny shit that happens because like back in the day, so like when the Continental Navy was getting started, they're trying to start a navy, but like they also don't really want a navy because they don't want to be a global power. They just want people to be leaving the fuck alone. So like a lot of people in government don't
turn tables.
Right. Well, he's the reason that we became a like big naval power. So they're not really paying Navy dudes shit, but they're also issuing letters of marque, which basically means like any dude that has enough money to buy a boat is legally allowed by the U.S. government to go out and seize British shit and just keep the spoils.
Is it letters of marque or marquee?
I think it's just letters of marque. Marque might just be short for marquee.
I genuinely don't know.
No, I don't know. Either way, they're issuing that. So, like, that basically makes you a corsair. You're basically a pirate, but you're
exactly. They're just telling rednecks, go be pirates.
Exactly. So, like, everybody's going to do that. So, like, a lot of the Navy dudes that are signing up for them, like, every time they get the opportunity to, like, do some real shit that would do damage, they just kind of want to, like, go plunder shit. And he's, like, trying to be a professional about it. So he launches this raid on Whitehaven, and he wants to go, like, burn down all the ships in the harbor, and he like sends out his group, and his group goes and does what they're supposed to, and the two other groups go and just fucking break into a bar and get shit faced. And then like he's like, well, fuck, we got to do something. So he's like, okay, we're gonna sail up to Scotland, and there's this Earl, you know, like some high-ranking aristocrat, and Earl, we're gonna fucking go kidnap him and then trade him for a bunch of American sailors. They show up to his house, he's not there. So all of his sailors, like the Marines are the only ones that have his back. Like the Marines are like, no, you're not touching the captain. The sailors are like, they're ready to launch mutiny and be fucking pirates the entire time. And so the Earl's not there, and they're like, let's start assaulting people and stealing everything. And he's like, no, no.
We're not actually pirates. That is not what I said.
So he's
Why
like,
are you wearing the hat?
He's. What's that sword you guys carry called?
I don't know. It doesn't have a name yet.
Just doing
I
some,
wonder what they'll call it after this week.
just doing some pillaging.
So he's like stuck in this situation where like the Marine's got his back, but his crew wants to do this, and he's like, all right, just fuck it, we're gonna go steal this silver set. And he like goes and he steals this Earl's like silver set, which is like, you know, big fucking deal, whatever, I guess. So he steals this Earl's silver set, and then he like immediately starts writing the Earl's wife and is like, Madame, I'm so sorry, blah 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 blah. You know, I'll personally buy it at auction and return it to you. I'm literally trying to fuck this chick. And I know he's trying to fuck her because he makes copies of the letter and forwards copies to Ben Franklin, which is like the ultimate womanizer of the founding fathers.
It's like, hey, bro, check this out.
Literally. The 1700s equivalent of sending screenshots of spitting game is what this was.
She opens up that last letter. It's a dick.
It's like a fucking Thanksgiving turkey hand.
It's just on there.
What's that sword called?
Or he dipped it in ink and just smashed it on the paper.
Kind of like I do on all my NFA forms. Show my thumbprint. All right.
His right thumbprint's always weird.
It's the bottom thumb.
The bottom thumb.
I hate that. Or I'm gonna give you that bottom thumb.
Give him the Garand thumb. Put my bottom thumb in your front butt. Also, my Marines have the what?
Fuck.
Is it
Rapier?
Oh, story time with Uncle Nick. I can't wait for John to come hang out with you this summer.
Oh, God, he's gonna have so much knowledge.
All right, John, I know you're going to bed. I need to tell you a story first. Hey, John, we're going to tell you about the. John's just like, than who?
John's gonna come.
The
to
other
this.
side,
That guy is literally insane. Just so we're all clear.
What ended up happening? So he wrote to Benjamin Franklin like, "Yo, about to smash the
like
book."
CC'd it.
Right, legit. So he ends up like it's like fucking 10 years later. He ends up getting the plate back to her, but so that goes on, and the whole time he's like out there, literally just kicking ass. Like the dude's a fucking one-man army with his ship, and he ends up getting dicked around because the British military, like, to be an officer, it wasn't like about ability. It was like you're from the right family. You know what I mean? And the Americans started copying the same mentality. So
you can buy commissions.
Exactly.
To be an officer.
So he was getting fucked out of every promotion possible, even though he's the only one that's actually good at shit. And then after the Revolutionary War is over, they're like he's still getting dicked out of these promotions, and they're the Russian queen, princess, whatever the fuck you want to call her, Catherine, I think it was. She
Catherine the Great.
She has a war going on with the Ottoman Empire, and she's hiring naval officers from anybody that has experienced Navy. So he ends up basically getting the okay from Thomas Jefferson to go over and be a naval officer for Catherine the Great fighting the Ottomans. Oh, and well, he gets over there, and guess what other country's sending over a bunch of officers? The fucking British. And the British hate him because he was making them look bad.
He killed a lot of them.
He made him look stupid.
Like shit. So they end up like staging this whole thing where he allegedly, assaulted a 12-year-old girl, which almost every historian is like, this is completely fabricated just to get him kicked out. So he ends up getting basically ostracized because of that, moves back to Paris, lives there the rest of his life, passes away, and he's like in some unmarked grave forever. And then Teddy Roosevelt becomes president and gets a hold of the French, and the French really liked him. And the French end up finding his grave, and they exhume him, and they bring him back to America, and now he's got a tomb at Annapolis. as the father of the U.S. Navy.
It is hot as fuck in here.
And he started off being a fucking pirate.
Dude, he's got
messing up everyone in unconventional warfare.
Privateering is
when he pulled up to the USS Serapis, they were just hammering his ship, and they basically asked him if he was ready to surrender, and he responded, "I've not yet begun to fight," and then sends the Marines in and makes them surrender, captures their whole ship. It's fucking awesome.
All right, that's gonna do it for me. Thanks for Ix for coming to the stream. Really appreciate it. I might stream tomorrow, might not. We'll see how I'm feeling. I'll probably still be playing COD though. All right. Later.